materials. This has mounted more pressure on the weak economy caused by many factors, including war in Ukraine and the global decline in oil price. Excellencies, because of the unfolding situation in Sudan, plus other problems facing my country, we have taken the following actions to alleviate the situation. One, being a new country striving to develop, we have embarked on the institutional establishment of new institutions to lead the country into better condition after coming out from the civil wars that went on for some decades. The civil wars destroyed the infrastructure, displaced people, and deprived citizens from economic growth and prosperity. Two, we have established disaster risk management policy, disaster risk reduction strategy, and we are currently in advanced stages in development of disaster risk management bill. All these frameworks are developed through popular consultative measures with all stakeholders and at-risk communities. These instruments are also aligned with the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction 2015-2030, including the African Union Programme of Action on Disaster Risk Reduction, the Paris Agreement on Climate Change, and the Sustainable Development Goals. Excellencies, with these instruments in place, we have established structures to implement these, and they are: one, the National Platform for Disaster Risk Reduction 2016, two, the National Early Warning Working Group, and three, the Disaster Risk Management Committees at both national and local levels. Excellencies, despite these significant steps, yet South Sudan faces, enter earlier, the following challenges. Lack of adequate capacities to implement the objectives of this institutional framework is one. Two, lack of basic infrastructure needed to monitor weather conditions and climate patterns. Two, increase vulnerability to climate change as three, and four, increase the number of people who need humanitarian assistance due to conflict in Sudan. These challenges trigger dire humanitarian condition in the country, and with this picture in mind, we have taken the following actions to remedy the situation. We have just launched South Sudan Humanitarian Needs Appeal worth $1.8 billion United States dollars to support the vulnerable people with the most pressing needs. Also, we are in consultation with our stakeholders, including the UN system, IGAD, and our peace partners to establish the Special Reconstruction Fund as stipulated, fund in Chapter 3 of the Revitalized Agreement on the Resolution of Conflict in South Sudan 2018. This will assist the people most impacted by the conflict in South Sudan in December 2013. Furthermore, we have approved the Kampala Convention on the Rights of the Internally Displaced People. In addition, the government has developed and approved the National Durable Solution Strategy and Plan of Action for the returnees, refugees, internally displaced people, and the host communities. The government, through the Ministry of Finance and Planning and the local government board, signed a grant agreement with the World Bank to support the most vulnerable population through enhancing capacities in the hotspots areas mostly affected by floods. This month, we launched an important project, the Early Warning for All initiative, supported by the UN Disaster Risk Reduction and UNDP. We are grateful to the entire leadership of the United Nations and the Office of the Special Representative of the Secretary General for Disaster Risk Reduction for considering the people of South Sudan to benefit from this support, which is enhancing early warning for all. Also, last week in Addis Ababa, the government of South Sudan signed the African Risk Capacity Treaty, and we are now ready to sign the MOU for the same, which will pave the way for South Sudan to access financial funds to support the most vulnerable citizens through the access to insurance fund. Excellencies, in conclusion, I must admit that these ambitious actions cannot come to fruition unless we improve to working together as one team. I need to take this opportunity to give a special thanks to the leadership of the African Union Commission for giving the Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs and Disaster Management to showcase to the world what we are doing and the challenges we face. This is a clear recognition of the role of South Sudan in promoting disaster risk reduction agenda globally and regionally. I also take this opportunity to say thank you to all partners, especially donors, South Sudan Red Cross, International Federation of Red Cross, IOM, UNHCR, WFP, the AU Commission, and the IGAD, and all the humanitarian agencies supporting the vulnerable people in South Sudan through different means. I want to thank those partners whom, without their support, we could have not made it to participate in the COP28 and to have this opportunity to have such wonderful side event for the first time since we began participating in the COP 5 years ago. Finally, I'm appealing to all the donors, despite the competing challenges and the priorities in funding allocations, to support the people of South Sudan in overcoming current humanitarian situation before it could turn into a global emergency. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, for the concise statement, which clarified the role and challenges faced by the Republic of South Sudan in supporting the fight against the climate change and its impact, and also the conflict. The next session will be an interesting one, that we have heard what is happening in South Sudan, the challenges and the efforts. I would like to introduce three very important, prominent speakers. And as the minister just indicated, without these three people, we wouldn't be here today. They supported us a long way since the adoption of the Sendai framework in the Sendai city in Japan, 2015. We have come a long way with the UNDRR, whom supported now senior government officials to come to this forum. The capacity building through IGAD and ICPAC is much appreciated. And as the minister also indicated, our partners, despite that we still have some challenges that are behind us in everything. So it is my pleasure to introduce our first panelist, Lorita Haiba. I hope I pronounced the last name properly, from the UNDRR in Geneva. So you are most welcome, and you can take the floor, please. Our second panelist will be Dr. Gulet Artan, the director of ICPAC, based in Nairobi. Dr. Atan, you're most welcome. Our third panelist today is one of my friends and a leading specialist in DRR. I hope he's getting me, he's online. Mr. Lucas, can you get me, please? Can you hear me, Lucas?
Good afternoon. We've lost the audio. I cannot hear the room. I'm not sure if you can hear me.
I hear you loud and clear, Lucas.
Okay, yes, now I hear you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, honorables.
Is it good morning or good afternoon, or both?
It's good afternoon. I'm based in Addis.
Okay, you are lucky
I'm also
today.
hearing the simultaneous translation, so apologies for my delayed response.
No worries. I hope the translation, English and French are in place. Okay, thank you, Lucas. We have the translation. So, my first question, while they are preparing the tech preparing team, my question to Loretta of the UNDRR is how the protection of women, youth, boys and girls, and persons with disability issues will be addressed, given the combination of climate change, disasters, and conflict. And from the video, you have seen the most affected are women and children. So you can see also what would be the position of the disabled people. That question goes to Loretta. The second question will go to Dr. Atan of ICPAC. South Sudan is one of the countries under the UN Global Program on early warning for all. And early warning is very important or key to have proper anticipatory action planning. What support can South Sudan receive to strengthen the early warning and climate services from IGAD or ICPAC? The third question goes to my friend, Lucas, of the World Bank Group. Returnees in South Sudan also became flood victims. Returnees from the conflict also became flood victims. And in the past 4 years, floods, thus the number of IDPs increased. How can these challenges of climatic impact be addressed? Would skill-based livelihoods, training, and cash-based program linking be an option for a durable solution for IDPs, especially for women and youth? So I will begin with Loretta. Loretta, your question is how the protection of women, youth, boys and girls, and persons with special needs or disability be addressed in the context of climate change, disasters, and conflict. Loretta, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me. I first worked in South Sudan around 7 years ago, and I visited many of the camps that we saw here while I was working with OCHA. I now work with the United Nations Office for Disaster Risk Reduction. So when the question came to me about how will women and girls and persons with disability be protected as we address the climate emergency in contexts such as South Sudan, which is also facing a conflict situation, I was really gratified that we'd have the opportunity to speak about this, and also that this was the first question that you were asking to this panel, because these are the groups that are really most at risk in these situations of what we call compounded vulnerability, where on the one hand, they are facing the consequences of conflict, which often manifests itself in terms of displacement, but additionally, They are at risk of losing their livelihoods through recurrent, repeated disaster events, such as the flooding that we know takes place regularly in Africa, or increasing extreme weather events such as drought. I would maybe like to start with a rather sobering figure, and that is that more than 600 million women and girls lived in conflict-affected areas in 2022. This is a 50% increase since 2017. So the situation, unfortunately, is getting worse, not better, and this really requires us to double down on our efforts to put in place measures that will help ensure that protection is at the forefront of our programming and planning. We know that women in particular confront really increasingly complex situations because of the multiple layers of climate shocks, chronic vulnerabilities, and also endemic poverty, which is also made worse by climate change. It also is very apparent that climate change is having an impact on gender roles and power relations. Nonetheless, we do think that there are important entry points that need to be looked at. For example, of the 18 peace agreements that were reached in 2022, it was only the Khartoum peace agreement between the Sudan People's Liberation Movement and government and the other forces that were signed or had a representative of a women's group or organization. So this is just to give you an example of the type of peace negotiations that are happening in Africa, on the African continent, and elsewhere in the world, in which women are not necessarily part of the negotiations or even bearing witness to this. So a very first area of work that we would really like to see strengthened is women's engagement in peace building and in peacekeeping initiatives. One good piece of news is that in South Sudan, women made up 41% of participants in local peace initiatives supported by the peacekeeping mission, and this is an increase of 38% in 2021. So really, more efforts is needed to ensure the meaningful participation and leadership of women and women's organizations. One of the very critical issues that we see a need for greater attention is the risk of gender-based violence and how this is addressed, and how climate change compounded with conflict really increases the risk of gender-based violence. And according to the 2024 Humanitarian Needs and Response Plan for South Sudan, an estimated 2.5 million people, and this includes girls, boys, and women, risk GBV challenges. So they are at risk of gender-based violence in 2024. This is exacerbated by high levels of food insecurity, economic instability, unemployment, school closures, high levels of maternal mortality. And climate change, again, is exacerbating this because it's leading to higher levels of displacement. And displacement is also a challenging, I would say, trigger for gender-based violence. Now, what are we doing, and what are some of the actions that are taking place? Well, one of them is that UNDRR specifically is supporting better analysis of risks in countries such as South Sudan. And in South Sudan, very specifically, we have been undertaking joint risk analysis between development and humanitarian actors, and really trying to understand risk in all of its dimensions. It's not just the hazards that are associated with climate change, which of course we know are growing, becoming more unpredictable, but also the exposure and vulnerability, because that is what is leading to a heightened risk profile for South Sudan. And bearing this in mind, we are trying to ensure that all of the planning that is taking place, whether it's the humanitarian response plan or the common country analysis or the climate change adaptation plan or DRR planning, really has a robust understanding of the risk and the risks that the country is facing now, but also the risks that will be further imposed by the changing climate. I would like to say maybe just a few words about youth, because this was one of the questions that was asked. In fact, South Sudan has an asset insofar as it has a young population. And so it's very critical that the youth are provided the opportunities such as education, which is a massive priority, to move forward, vocational training, and also psychosocial support. You know, a country that is emerging from a long period of conflict has obviously a real need to ensure that the youth are healthy, and that includes also their mental health. We are supporting through the UN system multiple endeavors to increase community engagement, addressing young people, and really to ensure that they have opportunities for employment and that conflict and engaging in conflict is not the only option for them. In terms of disability, there are currently 1.2 million people living with disabilities in South Sudan. About a fifth of these are impairments that have been caused by violence in the country. And so ensuring that people living with disabilities are reached through all humanitarian development programming is of critical importance. But also, again, it's the issue of engagement, ensuring that representatives of people living with disability participate in all of the political processes, but also the DRR processes underway is extremely important. We will be talking and hearing more about early warning for all, so maybe just a few words. UNDRR is co-leading this initiative with the World Meteorological Organization. We are also responsible for Pillar 1 of the Early Warning for All initiative, and this relates to risk knowledge. Understanding who is most at risk is a critical component of putting in place effective early warning systems. And that includes understanding not only the women, men, boys, girls, persons living with disability, but older people as well, and ensuring that they will be assisted and have the appropriate needs met during early warning and during disaster prevention and response measures. But also isolated populations, living in far-to-reach areas that may not have access to technology, to mobile phones, or who risk being left behind because of linguistic differences. So really, the risk knowledge component of early warning is all about making sure that we leave no one behind, because these groups have been identified. A final word about early warning is South Sudan is also the focus of a very important project that is being funded by the Dutch government called Water at the Heart. And I note that the Minister of Water is here. We know that much of the early warning work is associated with water, too much water, too little water. And so helping communities really build their resilience to water-related stresses and shocks is at the heart of the project called Water at the Heart. Water at the Heart is a collaboration between the World Meteorological Organization, UNDRR, but also the Red Cross movement. And this is extremely important because it will allow us to get down to the community level where resilience needs to be built and where capacity strengthening, which was mentioned in your speech, Minister, the need to build capacity really needs to be prioritized. I would maybe just mention also that we recognize that putting in place early warning systems in contexts that are considered to be fragile or facing situations of conflict and violence can be challenging. Through the Early Warnings for All initiative and with the Center of Excellence, we are launching on December 4th a handbook on scaling up early warning in fragile conflict and violence settings. And this handbook will help the international community and national governments and stakeholders understand what are some of the options that are available to countries that may not have the full capacity in place, and yet is really critical that their early warning systems are scaled up. And this will be launched on December 4th. And I really hope that you will be able to attend. But in other words, we will use this handbook in our technical support to South Sudan, and we'll work with you to build capacity so that early warnings reaches all countries. So it's a pleasure to work with you. It's a privilege, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Lotia. I didn't know that 60 minutes is just a short time. We are only left now with 22 minutes because there's another session coming after us. But now the difficulty is when you bring many experts together, like Lorita and Dr. Artan, she already talked about early warning. I hope she didn't encroach on your topic. Dr. Artan, because of time, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Barak. Can you hear me? As you see, I don't have prepared paper, so I will be brief. First of all, thank you for having us here. ICPAC is a Center of Excellence for Climate of the Intergovernmental Authority on Development, IGAT. South Sudan is part of IGAT, so it's one of our member countries. And we support our member states on climate services and disaster risk reduction. And that includes South Sudan. As you know, we support our member countries in different ways, from data modeling, climate services, capacity building, and also on policy, harmonization of policy. Early warning. Actually, when you say early warning, I think is one. Early warning has different components, and my panel co-panel she has shared a few of things. So you have the risk mapping, because everywhere that flood is doesn't mean you have to be worried. There has to be hazard, vulnerability, then you have risk. Also, you need data collection, actual data. Modeling alone doesn't do. Second, you need that warning to reach who needs to be warned. Dissemination. So at ICPAC, we are working with South Sudan in all the spectrum of the four. For example, now, there are global stations called GTS that every morning transmit data to WMO. South Sudan now has only one working station in Juba for a country that's as big as Kenya. We have started a project with UNDP. The launch was a few months ago, but now we're getting into. We'll install 10 complete weather stations throughout the country. The procurement will be done by the UNDP, but ICPAC will do the installation of those stations. And our hope is that with those new 10 stations, there will be better coverage. But still, there's a lot to go for a country on the size of South Sudan on data. On modeling, right now, we transmit data to South Sudan we have a hydrologic model that runs throughout the country daily. Actually, it's not a one. It's several models, and we use a convergence of evidence. We have another model called the Mike 11 of the Danish Institute of Hydrology, a model called Joseph M that I've developed myself, and a new model from the University of Berlin is coming in online. So the two models now are running, are operational, the third will join. So that's one thing. And that is, we are pushing to South Sudan every morning. We have what we call the East Africa Hazard Watch that gives you from drought to heavy rains to flooding, covers all the spectrum on. Then we do a seasonal one. We do what we call a GARCOF, Great Horn of Africa Climate Outlook Forum, that we hold every 4 months, 3 in a year. What we want to do, South Sudan, is to take that concept and do a national COP. We do already in Kenya, Uganda, and other countries. The second is that we are expanding the concept of global climate services. So we have done for Kenya. Now Kenya is complete. The act is in Parliament. We are working in Uganda. Next to move to South Sudan and Ethiopia. On climate, on risk, actually with help from UNDRR and collaboration that we have with Chima, we have mapped flood risk in South Sudan. But that was at the chorus level. Our idea is to go to down, to use a more, especially high resolution than it was done. Now it's 1 kilometer. That to be used, and is useful at the policy level, to be useful for evacuation, and we need to reduce that to few meters. And that is part of this project sustain. On dissemination, part of this project is that we have an app called Husika that was developed by young guys in Kenya. Basically, is an app on a cell phone that will allow you to give early warning at the community. Everybody has a cell phone, and we'll install that Husika for South Sudan. So we're working on all the spectrum on early warning. And I think it's really a good idea. Secretary General had this early warning for all, and we're trying to do our component in it. Thank you very much. I hope I was brief enough.
Thank you, Dr. Atan. I will rush to my colleague, my friend Lucas of the World Bank Group. Lucas, the floor is yours if you are available. And I'm afraid that you will have to speak only for maybe 3 to 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Banak. Can you hear me? Yes. Okay.
Yes, Lucas. We can see your photo and also can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, apologies. I have to connect by phone because of poor connectivity here, but it's a great pleasure to be here. Thank you for the invitation to speak at this panel. And responding to the key question, Dr. Banak, which you raised about the recent inflow of refugees and returnees coming from Sudan back into South Sudan, in combination with the recurrent flooding which has been affecting South Sudan over the past years. I can speak a bit about our own experience in implementing our World Bank projects in South Sudan in partnership with the government of South Sudan, in particular with the local government board and with the Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs and Disaster Management. This is the Enhancing Community Resilience and Local Governance Project, ECRP2, which is now actually in its second phase. And I want to say that I started working on South Sudan in late 2019, at exactly the time when the first severe flood event in several decades impacted South Sudan. And we've seen 4 successive severe flood events over the past years, covering large parts of the country and effectively submerging these areas for months, even years at a time. And I think this is something that is very particular to the case of South Sudan, is this protracted nature of flooding, which has profound implications on the livelihood sources and the livelihood opportunities of the local communities with whom we are engaging under the project. And part of our project is engaging in the Greater Upper Nile region, in Rupkona, in Unity State, many of these areas that have suffered severe impacts. And many areas have, in fact, remained inaccessible over several months and years. And what this means is that the communities there, they are not just displaced for a few weeks, as in other countries, and then are able to return to their homes. It means that these communities are displaced for a very long time and have to settle in areas which is not their home, have to adjust their livelihood sources. Pastoralists are displaced and they have to become fishermen. And it's not just the people, it's really also the livestock. Many of these communities are, of course, dependent on livestock. Not just as assets, but as a social asset. And because of the protracted nature of these floods, we see that migration patterns have changed of livestock. And this has really fueled competition over land and exacerbated existing intercommunal tensions between the communities. So here we see a clear direct linkage between climate and conflict-related risks in South Sudan playing out because the available land is becoming more scarce. Pastoralists are in conflict with other communities. So this is something where we really see this so-called DRM FCV nexus in reality. And this is something where we also try to support with the ECRP project, the Enhancing Community Resilience and Local Governance project, which is implemented in partnership with the IOM, with the International Organization for Migration, who has a strong presence in the field. And effectively, what we're doing with this project is we are supporting the government of South Sudan in providing basic community infrastructure and services to many of these communities that have been impacted by flooding. But we're also strengthening the institutions. So it's about strengthening local governance systems to enable communities and local governments to provide and deliver these services. And we are establishing so-called BOMA and PIAM development committees, BDCs and PDCs as platforms for development. So these are not just project vehicles, but really platforms for other development partners to come in and provide the much needed support to these communities. So I just want to refer to this one specific area where we are engaging in. And in terms of livelihood support to these two specific groups, which you mentioned, women and youth. So regarding the latter, I mean, South Sudan is one of the youngest countries in Africa. Many of these people living in these communities are below the age of 18. Many of these youth have been impacted by displacement after displacement because of conflict, because of climate change. And this is really something that has uprooted these communities. And we are trying to engage some of these youth in some specific activities regarding dike rehabilitation. We know that many of these youth become active or take their own initiatives in supporting communities. And I think engaging them in some of these community-driven development processes is very critical. And of course, in addition to providing the necessary tools and equipment, et cetera, we need to provide the basic training to allow these communities to improve the quality of the dikes, to maintain the infrastructure, et cetera, because it's really about creating sustainability and breaking the cycle of build and rebuild, which we see across the country. And regarding women, I mean, we all know that women are of course among the most vulnerable. And we also see that in the course of flooding, gender-based violence has increased, and women are particularly affected, especially women-headed households. There is a large number of them in South Sudan because of men being involved in conflict and et cetera. So providing specific support to women-headed households, engaging them in specific livelihood activities is something which we also try to address, but there's many other initiatives, of course. And the World Bank over the past years has massively scaled up its support to South Sudan. Now there's, in sectors in the water sector, there's a large flood management project. There's an energy connectivity project. There's agriculture projects. So really, we are working very closely with the government of South Sudan. And I can say that because of the succession of flooding over the past years, climate change has really been mainstreamed into our programming. And MHADM is a key partner for us in implementing these programs. So let me stop here and thank you again, Banak and Honorables and distinguished delegates for this opportunity. I wish you all the best for the remaining COP28. Thank you.
Thank you, Lucas. Thank you, Lucas, for your time and your inputs. Now, because I'm being chased with time, is there any one burning question to the panelists? Only one burning question, if there is. Okay. Now, Honorable Minister, before you come to the podium, you have only 3 minutes to see what came out of these experts from the World Bank, from the IGAD, ICPAC, from the UNDRR. The issue of youth came out very clearly. And actually, before this side event, one of the youth asked me, why you didn't involve youth in your delegation. But I told her that, but you are here. But she wants to be ruled by the government. The government needs to use closely with youth. The women issue, the empowerment, the leadership of the women, the exposure, and then the risk knowledge, which now Lorita and Dr. Atan agreed that should be the way forward. So what do you have to say after all this experts' opinion? Minister.
Thank you very much once again. And of course, when we thought about conducting this side event, is to showcase the impact already of the climate change on our people, which is now very clear that we have talked about it. And also to say the efforts in terms of remedy on these issues. And then also to acknowledge what the international community and the region that is doing to support the government of South Sudan in this. And indeed, this is what we have already displayed, and it is only thanks that I will have to give to our panelists that have already enriched what we are supposed to be actually showing, ranging from the impact that some of them are already witness of what is happening in South Sudan in terms of this climate change impact in form of flood. Some of them have already been there. And ranging from that and to the efforts, as I said, as the government doing, and then to the knowledge of the risk reduction capacity that we need in South Sudan. Because the most important thing, after we have now realized that there is this impact, what we need is that to, increase the knowledge on this matter for people so that they know it. So the issues that you have talked about them are in place, and I think we have already taken note of it, and together we will move ahead so that we do this. I also want to say that the government of South Sudan will continue to do or to exert more efforts with the help of region and the global, so that we reduce this impact on our people. And of course, I appeal again to the donors, our donors and our partners, to continue helping South Sudan to elevate these problems on its people. And it is a pledging from South Sudan government to continue working with these regional bodies, IGAD, World Bank, and of course UN system on this matter, so that together, as I called from the beginning, we can elevate this suffering. I thank you very much for your participation, the attendees, the facilitators, and the panels, of course, those who are now with us here, and somebody who is now online with us. I appreciate you because you made it to be one of the priorities. That this is why you gave this chance to speak in this side event. Finally, of course, I thank my colleague, the Minister of Water Resources and Irrigation in South Sudan, who have made it to come and share with us this event. And of course, we are doing this job together. He's now handling these issues of waters, which are actually the main component in what we are now doing as in flooding. And we are also doing the rest. So I thank you, Honorable Minister, for being with us. Brother Banak, I also thank you for this, organizing this event, and thank you very much.
Well, the minister has taken my job. I thought that I will be the one that coming to say thank you, but I think he was also mindful of the time. So I would like to repeat that thank you very much, Lorita, Dr. Atan, and then my friend online, Lucas of the World Bank, and of course the tech and the translators, and of course the African Development Bank and its partners, and especially the AUC for allowing South Sudan to showcase its problem for the first time during COP28. Thank you, and have a good day. We are on time. The two
Going to start the session in a few minutes, right?
Tu mi dis quand tu es prêt pour parler, parce qu'on va lancer. Mais on attend le depuis alors ou...
Non.
Non? Ok. Et aujourd'hui, ça ne marche pas. J'ai déjà informé Gareth, il est le seul à faire la présentation. Et s'il peut voir la présentation, il faut qu'il vienne ici. Comme ça.
Donc, il faut qu'on...
Vous êtes combien?
Non, ils sont trois à présenter.
On peut lever les filles.
Non, ils laissent comme ça. Il y a d'autres speakers qui vont...
Mais bon, il va se les...
Ça va?
Oui, il vient de partir avec la...
Qui est parti? Ah, les gens du Sud-Soudan. 28 parti où?
toilette.
Ah, ok. Est-ce qu'on a le ministre du Kenya? Est-ce qu'il est... Ok. Le ministre du Kenya peut-être là.
Ici? Pour l'opéra ou pour... Ah oui? Et il est là?
Genre, je ne sais pas, on cherche.
Je crois qu'on va voir si le président arrive. Mais il avait confirmé?
On m'a appris que c'était vraiment juste ça.
Le gars était le moment ici. Tu veux que je demande?
Ouais, faut demander.
Ministers, I'm sorry. I've asked Lucy if she's in touch with him, but she's not responding. So when they start with Tony and if the minister comes, then we can speak, and if not, I mean, that will take another 10 minutes and then we can move to our presentations.
And I had the next session is cancelled, right? So it's a pledge of the... So
Okay, so
On va remplacer la présentation. Après, on va... We just change the presentation.
okay.
I think we just corrected something in the presentation. So they have to...
they are going to display it from...
Yeah, not now.
No, who is going to run the presentation?
He's going to run the presentation.
From where?
He has the remote.
Okay.
Ah, he's already there.
Okay.
But let me... So we don't need the presentation.
You need it
Already?
after
Okay, so we can leave it?
you can leave it since it's low.
No, let's...
Take it down because it doesn't count. But we need to, okay. take your seats. Thank you very much for coming. We are going to start the session now. This is the session on scaling up climate finance in Africa. It is a session organized by the African Development Bank. You are at the African Pavilion, and the objective of the session is really to present to you the range of climate finance solutions and options that are available in Africa and outside Africa, including those championed by the African Development Bank, but also by other development partners. I'm glad to be your moderator today. My name is Alhamdou Dorsuma. I'm the manager of the Climate and Green Growth Division at the African Development Bank. The session is going to take place in 3 parts. We are going to have some opening remarks by the senior management of the bank. I see already my vice president here, and also by the Kenyan minister. I don't know whether the minister is already there. I can't see the minister, but we are hoping that the minister will join us later. And after the opening segment, we are going to have a presentation on climate finance initiatives by the African Development Bank. And this presentation will be made by 3 colleagues who are here. Gareth Phillips, the manager of the Environment and Climate Finance Division at the African Development Bank. James Kinyangi, the coordinator of the ClimDev Special Fund of the African Development Bank, and Edith Adera, who is coordinating the African Adaptation Acceleration Program. So welcome to this session. Without further ado, I would like to invite the first high-level speaker, the Vice President of the African Development Bank in charge of Power, Climate, and Green Growth, Dr. Kevin Kariuki. You have the floor, sir.
to sort of what I would call projects that are financeable. I don't want to say a bankable project because I'm told that adaptation projects are not bankable, but projects that can be able to be financed. And so what we are doing now is to looking at nationally determined contributions of a number of countries. We started with 9 countries, and we're increasing this so that now we are able to say, if somebody says, yes, we have committed to double adaptation finance, but where are you going to channel these resources? Then we can be able to say that we will be able to channel, and my partner in crime is joined, as far as the adaptation compacts are concerned. So we are able to say, yes, we have, here are the adaptation compacts presenting what we actually need to finance for purposes of adaptation. So the adaptation compacts is a construct that we created for the Africa Climate Summit, but we have gone ahead, and I think this year at this COP, at COP28, we are actually presenting deep dives for 4 countries that we already have undertaken some work with, and this is Tanzania, Kenya, Senegal, and Mozambique. So just I thought, just by way of conclusion, I thought I'll also indicate some of the adaptation projects that we have been undertaking on the continent, and this includes the Desert to Power project, where we hope to generate up to 10,000 megawatts of solar power to provide electricity to about 250 million people in the Sahel region. We also have the Great Green Wall, whose intent is to restore significant amounts of degraded land. Then we also have AGEA that will involve transportation as well as water and sewerage infrastructure. And here, as far as AGEA is concerned, and we are launching AGEA in a big way here, is to find ways of sort of developing a pipeline of bankable infrastructure that is now really bankable. Then we also have the Technologies for Africa Agricultural Transformation, or TAT, which has revolutionized wheat growing in Ethiopia to the extent that the country has grown from a net importer of the grain to a net exporter of wheat, and among others. So I think what I was trying to do here is to indicate that the African Development Bank recognizes that adaptation and resilience are Africa's priority, and hence the focus that we are providing onto adaptation. And I do believe that we are leading as far as adaptation is concerned, and therefore this is the area that we believe that we are able to make a distinct difference as far as climate action is concerned. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kevin Kariuki, Vice President, African Development Bank. So after we were expecting the participation of the Honorable Minister of National Treasury of Kenya, but apparently he's running late. So we are hoping that Kenya is going to make a statement maybe at the end of the session. So let me now invite the other speakers after the Vice President. We are going to have 6 speakers today, 3 from the African Development Bank, and 3 speakers from our partner institutions. So from the African Development Bank, as I said earlier, we have Gareth Phillips. Let me invite Gareth to the stage. As I said, Gareth is the manager responsible for environment and climate finance at the African Development Bank. He's overseeing FDB's engagements with the Global Environment Facility, the Green Climate Fund, the Climate Investment Funds, and also bilateral agencies. We also have Dr. James Kinyangi. James is coordinating the ClimDev Special Fund, which is the financial instrument of the ClimDev Africa program, a joint program between the AFDB, the African Union, and the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa. James is also coordinating our new initiative called the Climate Action Window. We also have Edith Adera. Let me also invite Edith. Edith is coordinating the program that the VP has already mentioned, the Africa Adaptation Acceleration Program at the African Development Bank. It's a joint initiative with the Global Center on Adaptation. So let me first hand over to the three speakers, and then I'm going to invite the other three speakers to join the panel later on. So Gareth, you have the floor.
So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. If you can project the slides, please. I'm going to speak from the podium here because we don't have the screen working yet, and then I need to look at the slides since I don't know them off by heart. But I also would like to thank you for coming to attend our presentation today. What we want to highlight from the next three speakers is the diversity of funds that we operate at the bank. And there's a reason why we want to take this opportunity to explain it to you, because many of our donors and indeed people who access funds from the bank, they say to us, oh, you've got so many funds, you know, don't you think you're fragmenting the market, and wouldn't it be better to put them all into one instrument? Well, our view is that actually we find the diversity of the funds to be quite significant, and there's a number of reasons behind that. The first of all is if you put all your eggs in one basket, then there's a delay in that funding, or if there are political or procedural issues, then everything freezes. And for example, we experience that when a major fund goes into replenishment mode and money runs out, and then everything stops. So we like to have diversity because we can go to different places at different times, and there's always opportunities. Secondly, the size of the grants or the loans that we give varies hugely. As you'll see from our presentation, we do grants up to $1 million from one fund, and we lend $100 million from another fund. And it's very difficult to include activities like that within one instrument. So we need the diversity to cope with that. And then finally, we think our donors also like our thematic expertise. We have a number of funds that focus on water or energy or agriculture, and these are things that donors are particularly interested in, and we think that it's one of the bank's comparative advantages because we have this expertise in these particular sectors. And so again, thematic funds help us address those particular topics, and trying to have a big fund that covers all of those can be quite difficult. So for better or for worse, we have a wide range of different types of instruments, funding instruments, and I'm going to talk you through those with the assistance of my colleagues James and Edith. A little bit of an introductory slide first of all. On the left-hand side, sorry, it's a little bit small probably, but this is the breakdown of climate finance from 2022. And you can see that overall the bank lent about $8 billion, which, going back to the VP's intervention where we need $270 billion a year, you can see that this is still a relatively small amount. So we really need to get this number up. And $3.6 billion of what we lent was classed as climate finance. The majority of that money came from our core resources, the ADB and ADF funds. You can see on the right-hand column that different amounts of those funds yield different levels of climate finance. And in particular, you see the ADB private sector only yielding 31% climate finance. That's an area that we need to improve. We need to do more lending in the private sector, but the others are quite good, 45 and 50%. Then the lower line here, the non-core, you can see we lent about $771 million last year under non-core, of which $506 million was climate finance, or 66%. So this is a very high percentage of climate finance, and these are the funds that we're going to address in the next few slides. We're going to tell you about the funds that comprise that 66%. And I also want to stress that we're talking about funds here. These are instruments that have money in them that we can lend to. And I'm not going to go into initiatives, which are the other sort of platforms and things that we announce to set targets and use for making releases and mobilizing support. But we actually need to get the money into the funds to finance the projects. And they split up into externally managed funds and internally managed funds, and we have some under development, so we're going to talk about those. I'm just going to draw your attention to that last button at the bottom about some of the sort of non-climate focused funds. we have a handful of those. I'm not going to go into the detail, but what's interesting about those is that under the terms of the Paris Agreement, Article 2.1c, where all of our activities have to become increasingly aligned with the goals of the Paris Agreement, all of these funds are going to have to start addressing climate change. And it's quite interesting because I sit on trust fund committees or technical committees for some of these funds, and every time the proposals come in, I'm saying, you need to align this with the Paris Agreement. You can't do this project because they haven't mentioned how they contribute to low carbon and climate resilient development. But that is spreading, and all of the funds that the bank is going to be handling will be contributing to low carbon and climate resilient development. Now, let's look quickly at a range of different funds. Of course, the biggest one, you know about the Green Climate Fund. Mobilized $20 billion from donors globally, based in Korea. Highly concessional, they have multiple instruments. The bank has 11 projects approved, worth about $680 million. And we will continue to target 2 to 3 programs annually. It's managed by my colleague Audrey Yamajako, who's here in the room with us. She's got her hands full doing that because, as I'm sure you know, accessing funds from the Green Climate Fund is very demanding because they have their own board and their own set of procedures that we need to follow, in addition to the African Development Bank's procedures. The second on the screen here is the Climate Investment Funds, created for the 6 MDBs to access. And there's some reason behind that. I won't go into in a lot of detail, but what's significant is that the Climate Investment Funds allows us to use our own approval processes. So we use all of our documentation within the African Development Bank. We use our own board decision-making processes to enable us to access the funding. And the Trust Fund Committee is a very light touch. So it's like chalk and cheese when you compare the Green Climate Fund and the Climate Investment Funds. They're very easy to access funding. They've mobilized about $11 billion to date. We have just around $1 billion and $2 billion of co-financing in 34 projects across the continent. And lots of interesting things coming forward with the Climate Investment Funds. Then the other 2 global or international climate funds are the Global Environment Facility. As you know, it's now in its 8th cycle. We have about 41 projects in 33 countries. We've leveraged or raised about $370 million from Jeff, and that has been used as co-financing in $2.8 billion worth of projects, so much greater leverage ratio. What that indicates is, what it reflects is really that the grants and the loans from the Jeff are a lot smaller, typically $5 to $10 million. And so they can be quite transformational, but they're much smaller compared to the Climate Investment Funds and the Green Climate Fund. And then the last one is the Adaptation Fund. We're just going through reaccreditation, and we're hoping to be able to engage more closely with them in the coming years. They're about to start being replenished through the share of proceeds under Article 6, so there will be more funding available there in future. Now, let's look at some of the bank-managed trust funds. And this, I'm afraid, ladies and gentlemen, is a bit of an alphabet soup. We have a lot of acronyms for these funds, and they all have A's and F's in them because they have Africa and fund and finance and even adaptation and so on. So you just have to bear with us. The first is the Canada AFDB Climate Facility. This is a lending facility from the Government of Canada. They've lent us $100 million to on-lend to projects that yield climate and gender benefits. They are restricted to the number of countries that they lend to because they want that money back, so they're quite concerned about the risk, and we're working with them to try to make that funding more concessional and open to more African countries. Also funded by Canada is the Agri-Food SME Catalytic Financing Mechanism. This is a new fund that has recently started again with $100 million from Canada, and they will give long-term concessional loans to agri-SME businesses, and it also comes with some technical assistance grant. Then we have SEFA, the Sustainable Energy Fund for Africa. This is one of our larger funds at $530 million, and they give concessional loans to private sector actors in the energy sector, focusing on green baseload, mini-grids and energy efficiency. They also have been highly successful with their reimbursable grants, where they give a grant to a project developer to help them prepare feasibility studies, and then when the project is approved, they claw that money back, and that has enabled them to recycle those technical assistance funds. And then the last one I'm going to mention in detail is the Africa Climate Change Fund, ACCF. This is one of the small funds that I mentioned. It's now standing at $34 million, but it gives grants of typically up to $1 million to bank departments, so we can get some of that money ourselves, but also to governments, to civil society organizations, and recently we've approved the ability to give grants to private sector actors, but only for not-for-profit activities, not for activities that they use to make money. And this is to help build capacity to access climate funds on our next call for proposals, which will be focused on the global methane pledge and helping African countries get ready to meet the 30% reduction by 2030. I'll briefly mention two funds that are under development. The Africa Green Financing Facility Fund. This is to help create and capitalize green banks in Africa. Green banks are institutions that can mobilize money locally and can lend in both hard and soft currency. And that's very important because we know that local currency borrowing is a real challenge and getting money into that. So, for example, a green bank can receive funds from a government through a levy, for example, or a tax on the import of fossil fuels or combustion engines, for example, but it can also tap into funds from diaspora, which can be a very useful source of funding, as yet somewhat unutilized for climate finance. And the last one is the Adaptation Benefits Mechanism, where we're hoping to create the African Adaptation Benefit Fund to support private sector engagement in adaptation. And with that, I'm going to hand over to James and invite you to come and take the podium. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gareth. Good afternoon again, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. Yes, so I will mention only two funds. Gareth has already indicated that they have A's and F's. So I will mention two funds that are very important. One of them is the new kid on the block that our Vice President has already Okay, thank you. So I will mention one fund, which is the Climate Action Window that our Vice President has already talked about. It's a new financing facility that will be available at the African Development Bank. And since I have 5 minutes, I will only add a second fund, which is the Climate and Development Africa Special Fund. So let me start by saying that on the Climate Action Window, you will receive much more information next week on Monday during a side event here at the Africa Pavilion starting at 2:30 in the afternoon, where we hope to discuss more about the form and the structure of the fund and how it will operate. And hopefully we will be able to launch a call for proposals for the funds that will be available in this program window. So you're all welcome again next week on Monday at 2:30 in the afternoon here at the Africa Pavilion. But let me start by saying that quickly, we need to be mobilizing resources at the rate of about $60 billion of adaptation financing for Africa, and especially for what the Vice President said, are the Africa Development Fund countries, which are the 37 low-income countries that are exposed to the most extreme impacts of climate change. We're not doing that. So we welcome the effort by countries to double adaptation finance and also in some cases to triple adaptation finance, but we thought, given the global architecture in climate finance, which is sometimes difficult for the low-income countries in Africa, we need to structure a mechanism that would fast-track the availability of climate finance for African countries. And this is what we are doing with the Climate Action Window. So let me say, the Climate Action Window is established with about $429 million US. 322 million of that will be programmed as adaptation finance, which is 75% of the window. 64 million will be programmed as mitigation finance, and 43 million will be programmed as technical assistance. The fund is therefore going to deliver these resources on the ratio of about 75% adaptation, 10% mitigation, 10% technical assistance, and 15% mitigation. And we expect, as I mentioned, that the first call of proposals will be launched here at COP28. The projects will be developed from 4 sources with existing projects that will deliver increased climate outcomes from our own project pipelines. The second will be those projects that are unfunded within our own pipelines but have potential to deliver climate action at transformational scale. And then the third is those projects that will emanate from what my colleague Gareth has spoken about in terms of national strategies. These are nationally determined contributions, national adaptation plans, adaptation compacts that the VP talked about, long-term strategies, and other national plans that require financing in order to access international climate finance. The fourth is mainly what we are working on at the moment, which are projects that build a greater resilience to extreme events and reduce the impacts through reduction in loss and damage. And those are already being implemented by the bank with partnerships with many of you. I will go to the second one, which is the Climate and Development Special Fund. So many of you will know that climate information and climate data is the basis for adaptation. And without that, we cannot develop a sufficient and strong climate rationale to be able to program climate finance. And so at the bank, we recognized this already almost 10 years ago, and through a decision of the Africa Union Heads of State meeting in 2016, meeting in 2010, we established the Climate and Development Special Fund for Africa as part of the tripartite agreement with the Africa Union Commission, the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, and the African Development Bank. So far, this program has delivered almost $80 million in technical assistance that supports modernization of infrastructure in observation of climate and weather in Africa, and also delivering early warning systems. Many of the countries that I mentioned here, which are 17 countries, can showcase programs and projects that have benefited from the support from this fund. We are now in a second period of programming for the fund and resource mobilization. So we are designing a new programmatic period between 2023 and 2026, which will include mobilization of about $100 million in funding, and we aim to leverage that with a 1-to-3 ratio to $300 million. It will be delivered under 3 program windows. The first, which is the project preparation facility, because the lessons learned from the first implementation period of the fund demonstrate that many countries, organizations, and institutions need support in developing their climate action projects. The second one will be a small window on technical assistance, which will assist to close what we call the last mile connectivity of many projects that already have quick fixes that can be derived from this fund. And then the third one will be the investment window, which will leverage with other bigger climate funds in order to deliver on modernization of infrastructure for Africa. We have already started this by delivering the first 9 countries under the Systematic Observations Financing Facility. And we are proud that we will showcase next week Sudan, which was just approved yesterday by the SOF Steering Committee as one of the first 6 fast-track countries to receive financing under the SOF facility. And that type of finance, we will demonstrate, can be leveraged together with what will be provided by the Climate Action Window and GCF in order to scale up climate finance for these countries in Africa. And I would like to stop there and invite my colleague Edith to continue with the rest. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Thank you very much. So, yeah. So I'll make a presentation on the Africa Adaptation Acceleration Program. How do I move it forward, Gareth? This arrow? Oh, to the right. Okay, great. So I will just give a quick overview of the Africa Adaptation Acceleration Program, which is a partnership program between the African Development Bank and the Global Center on Adaptation. And this program actually aims to mobilize 25 billion to close the adaptation gap. As we know, adaptation is a big priority for Africa, but there's very limited financing on adaptation that comes to the continent. So this is a program really that is a platform that is not just between the African Development Bank and the Global Center on Adaptation, but is a platform that also brings on board other partners who are interested in ensuring that we can close the adaptation gap in Africa. The program focuses on 4 pillars: agriculture, resilient infrastructure, youth and employment, and adaptation finance. It has financing, 2 financing windows. The upstream financing window, which is managed by the Global Center on Adaptation, and the upstream financing window supports a number of activities. One is technical assistance in ensuring that strong climate assessments can be done to strengthen the climate rationale of projects. It also provides financing for proposal development to the global funds, whether it's GCF, GEF, or CIF, so that it can help countries mobilize financing. It also provides support for policy work, project preparation, as I've mentioned, as well as increasing the investment value of the projects. Downstream, we've got the funding that comes from the African Development Bank through our own projects that actually provide support to the adaptation measures that are identified with the upstream support. Very quickly, so far we have funded the program started in 2021, and over the last 2 years, we have supported 46 projects across 36 African countries. 25 of those are large investment projects in the 3 sectors that I mentioned, and also 21 technical assistance programs. Partnership is very critical for this program because it's really a platform that attracts partners that are willing to close the adaptation gap. So we've brought on board as well the other multilateral development banks. So support of AAAP is also being implemented through the World Bank. We have the Islamic Development Bank. We've got the EBRD, the EIB, the European Investment Bank. So a number of banks have come on board as well to do something similar under the same umbrella. I'd like to just mention the next facility that's available, which is for youth entrepreneurs. So we are making funds available that are supporting youth entrepreneurs that are making a difference in the adaptation and resilience space across the continent. And these are funds that are made available to young entrepreneurs. Lots of young entrepreneurs are already moving the needle at the grassroots level. And we work with enterprise support organizations to reach youth directly. And these are, we run an annual competition, which is done at COP. We started in 2021. We had the second cohort in 2022. And this year, actually on Sunday, on the 3rd, we will have the 3rd cohort. And these are young entrepreneurs that are working in the innovation space, so using 4th industrial revolution technologies for climate action. And we will have the unveiling of those winners in this room on the 3rd at 2:30. So if you're available, it would be good to join us. This particular facility provides $100,000 to each of the winners, and they also get a 1-year acceleration program, which allows them to get coaching, mentorship, and also networking with potential investors. This has been a very interesting program in terms of the results. You receive the results rapidly. We've seen a creation of over 8,500 jobs with just 10 cohorts 10 members of this particular cohort 1. We've also seen increase in their revenue of up to 123, and a number of them have actually been able to go into new markets, about 20% of the enterprises that we have funded. So this is, we normally get the winners through a call for proposal, and we have the call for proposal annually. The next call for proposal will be in 2024. So with that, thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Edith. Thanks, Gareth. Thanks, James and Edith, for this presentation on initiatives at the African Development Bank. Now we want to also hear from other partners. We have 3 speakers that are going to join, but I'm just been told that we do have only the UN Capital Development Fund. So let me invite Rafael Moza, who is a program management specialist at the UNCDF. Rafael is going to make a quick presentation, and then after that, we are going to have the last part of the session, which is the Q&A. Rafael, you have the floor. Can you? Does it work?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, can you hear me? Yeah, I think I have some slides also to present. Okay. Okay. It's not working. Okay, so good. Yes, maybe it's better. Can you hear me? I hope you can hear me. Yeah, it's better here. Yeah, so thank you so much for the invitation to speak today and share some of the experience from the local facility. So basically, I mean, we have heard and read from the adaptation gap report that adaptation finance gap is widening, and the gap is actually 50% bigger than what we thought previously. And the UN Capital Development Fund, as an attempt to somehow address the adaptation finance gap that exists specifically at the subnational level in terms of advancing locally led adaptation, created the local facility some 12 years ago, which was firstly a pilot of which covered 2 countries, and with some developing partners joined the initiative. And it has evolved some 12 years later to become this global facility, which now covers 38 countries, mostly in Africa. And in Africa, there are almost 30 countries which are now engaged in different levels of implementation with the same facility. But the idea of Local is basically to, first of all, to help. It's a country-based mechanism that helps to channel climate finance all the way down to local governments, using the existing government systems in the country, so not going using any parallel system, so that local governments can then access those grants, which are performance-based grants, so that they can invest in local adaptation investments. At the same time, and we have also seen from the reports from the Global Stocktake, that one of the, let's say, the key gaps that also exist in terms of capturing the adaptation finance flows or adaptation action which are happening at the subnational level. So it's also a way to somehow address some of these gaps in terms of capturing adaptation action which is happening at the subnational level. At the same time, making sure that the local governments and their communities also receive support in terms of access finance directly themselves, and can also contribute towards achieving the nationally agreed goals in terms of the NDCs, of course the Paris Agreement, but also in terms of the national adaptation plans. And then here in this diagram, and you can see how Local works in practice. So the idea here is to use the existing country system, so we don't use, as I said before, any parallel systems which run outside of the government system. But the idea is to really plug into that system and then channel the finance to local governments so they can access those grants. But in order for these local governments, the participating local governments, to access those grants, they will need then to comply with a series of indicators of performance, but we also look at the fiduciary measures just to make sure that they have the minimum capacity to handle those funds. And there are also performance measures which are also associated with adaptation measures, so the quality of the adaptation plans at the local level, if they are, involving communities, because, we want to make sure that it's really a locally led process where communities will have a say in whatever adaptation investments that are being funded every year. And every year there will be an independent assessment, which is run by independent assessors, that we're going to look at how well they are, those local governments are then performing along those indicators. And the grant size for the next year will then have an impact depending on how well they will go in those annual performance assessments, which basically means that those best performing local governments will receive a slightly higher allocation compared to those which are not performing so well. At the same time, by doing this exercise every year, we can also easily see areas which are not doing so well, so we can customize the capacity building support that will be given to that specific local government. And you do this every year, so it's a learning by doing process. So we do expect that there is a learning curve which is upward, so the more they will implement every year, the more they will receive support, the more they will get better in what they do, and also in terms of adaptation measures. And of course, they are accompanied throughout the process in terms of downscaling climate models, using climate risk information to integrate and inform the local development plans. So really to make sure that we have good adaptation plans at the local level. And this is particularly important now that we are also supporting accessing climate funds, because we know that climate rationale is one of the key components if we are to access those vertical funds like the Green Climate Fund. Here, just a snapshot of where we are now, and then here I would like to also highlight the partnership with the Africa Development Bank, because Local, as you saw in the first slide, some of the partners that have joined the initiative, among them, we also have the Africa Development Bank through the Africa Climate Change Fund, and which Lesotho and Benin are two of the countries that have received or benefited from this initiative so far, and because of the contribution of the bank, Benin now, through a national credit entity, FENEC, the Environment Fund of Benin, they manage now to access directly GCF fund. It was actually the first proposal building on the local facility, the local mechanism in the world to actually access directly. And we do expect that this will open the doors for other countries, especially in Africa, to now access directly as they are supported also in this process of gaining direct access. Another initiative or country which was also received support from the ACCF is Lesotho, where now they are still in the pilot phase where we are testing the mechanism in a few local governments in the country. But because of this initial, let's say, experience, now we have been reached out by some partners like the GIZ, where they want to use the same window for a specific a program called Integrated Catchment Water, so it's more for the water-related investments. But they're going to use now the local facility, the mechanism to actually channel those funds for water-related infrastructure. So, and the contribution from the AFDB was somehow instrumental in making sure that the pilot somehow could get all these good results that we are having now. But here, overall, there are 38 countries in the world applying the same methodology here. 26 of them are in Africa, especially in sub-Saharan Africa. Most of them are lower income countries, so it's really targeting the countries which are most vulnerable to climate change. And 20 of those are operational. And what is important to understand here, because Local is not a project, it is a country-based mechanism which is designed to be implemented in several phases. So we start with a pilot phase, testing out the mechanism in a few local governments, then scaling up to additional local governments until we reach the phase 3, where we expect that there is a national rollout of the mechanism. By then, Local becomes the key funding mechanism to channel finance to local governments for locally led adaptation investments. And just to highlight some of, just to conclude here, this work has also received increasing recognition at the international arena, including through the UNFCCC process here. And last year at COP27 in Egypt, Local was launched as an ISO. We have been working with some of these countries to launch Local as an ISO, which is now approved. So it's for everyone to use now. But also we have also been working alongside with the bank, in the Article 6.8 to make Local to become a no-market approach alongside with the ABM. So it's still like a process which is ongoing, but it has received support from the Africa group of negotiators and several other Africa countries which somehow support this initiative and pledged for Local to become a no-market approach as part of the Paris Agreement. And also, last year in the Doha Program of Action, Local was also referenced as one of the initiatives that will support the LDCs in achieving the Doha Program of Action. So it's just to show that there is an increasing recognition and demand, especially from Africa, to really use this mechanism to channel finance for local governments, because we know that the communities, in the end of the day, are the ones that are facing the brunt of climate change impacts. And at the same time, adaptation finance is not flowing to the local level as they should do. And we know that the finance gap is widening for adaptation overall, let alone for flows at the subnational level. So I'll stop there, but happy to address any other questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rafael, for this presentation. Now we are going to move to the last part of the session, which is Q&A. But before I do that, I want to ask a question, Rafael, if you can respond to this question. You heard from what my colleagues have presented from the African Development Bank on those various climate finance options which are available. You also presented what UNCDF is doing. So my question is, what are the key areas of collaboration you see with the FDB? And the topic of the conversation is on scaling up climate finance. So how can we leverage on partnership with AFDB and others in order to accelerate the deployment of climate finance across Africa?
Right. Thank you so much for the question. Can you hear me? Oh, maybe. Very technological. Can you hear? Is it laudable? Yeah, okay. So thank you so much for the question. The AFDB is a key partner of Locale, of course, UNCDF since the beginning of this initiative. And as I said before, it's already some countries already benefit from the support from the AFDB, particularly through the ACCF, in particular Benin and Lesotho. But as you said, I think and we have been hearing a lot about scaling up solutions, and I think the solutions are already there. And this is the time for these solutions to be scaled up, because Locale is already a tried and tested mechanism, which somehow 12 years of somehow experience and lessons that have been learned for implementation. And so we would stand ready to support somehow the operationalization of this mechanism in additional countries. I mean, we saw the demands from Africa, especially from African countries, are increasing every year. So the demand are somehow surpassing the capacity that we have to actually deliver those grants. So we would be very happy to continue the collaboration with the bank to make sure that this mechanism can be scaled up to all Africa countries, and in particular to all local governments in Africa, so that communities can really benefit from the support, which is very much needed. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. This is an hybrid session. There are online participants also, so we are going to open up for conversation between the audience and the speakers. I'm going to take 3 questions first, and then after that, if we have time, you can take another round. So let's see the gentleman here, if you can introduce quickly yourself and then go straight to your question. Do you have a mic? Here.
Thank you very much. My name is John Kioli. I'm a member of the Climate Change Council, which is chaired by the President of the Republic of Kenya and also the chair of Kenya Climate Group. I want to recall the speech of His Excellency, the Vice President, in terms of itemizing that our NDCs are dragging behind, and that, like an instance of Kenya, we can only pay 13% of our promise. So 87% is still somewhere that needs funding. So I think this kind of funding is going to bridge that gap very clearly. And number 2, also the fact that we are also thinking about bankable projects. I'm also trying to push the Vice President if he can also think about the unbankable projects, because that is where the last mile is. That's where the rubber meets the road. And that's where most of the people are, because I know that it's difficult. I also don't have a solution, but I think we need a solution for that person who needs a solar lantern, which is costing $10. How can we make those things available through a funding mechanism? And I think, finally, I think this is a way to go, and we are going to back where we can, and we are following, and we are happy about this. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Mr. Kioli. The gentleman here, then, no, him first.
Can we ask the question in French or en français ou en anglais?
We have interpretation, but I don't know whether...
Bon, ok.
So,
Bon, je suis maire d'une petite commune.
vous pouvez parler en français, on peut faire une... Si c'est pas long, on va faire une traduction.
Non. Je suis maire d'une petite commune. I'm the mayor of a small city in the west of Ivory Coast. So I have maybe a problem with one of my bridge barrage. Dam. So the dam was built in the years 60s, dans les années 60. Oui. Le barrage a été construit dans les années 60 et le barrage a cédé. Et donc ça a créé un problème environnemental. En saison sèche, tous les cours d'eau autour sont secs, tous les puits sont secs, donc il y a un véritable problème de biodiversité dans la zone. Bon, je ne sais pas, la Banque mondiale traite directement avec l'État. Bon, c'est pas évident que le problème puisse être résolu à ce niveau-là. Parce que l'État, c'est un peu plus grand. Pourquoi souvent, que ce soit la Banque africaine de développement, que ce soit la Banque mondiale, vous ne traitez pas directement avec ceux qui ont les besoins directs, immédiats. Parce qu'au niveau de l'État, vous traitez directement les États. Ce n'est pas évident que ça arrive dans certains hameaux. Alors que lorsque vous demandez à ceux qui ont les besoins réels de formuler leur projet, allez vous voir directement, je pense que ça pourrait aller. Je pense que le problème de traiter directement avec les États, bon, pourquoi ne pas faire traiter directement avec souvent des communautés, comme le font souvent certains fonds? C'était ma question. C'est la raison pour laquelle je suis venu ici, chercher un partenaire par rapport à cela. Vous savez, avec le gouvernement, c'est un peu lourd, par exemple. Merci.
Merci, monsieur. Thank you very much. He is the mayor of a city in the western part of Côte d'Ivoire, and his question is, about he's facing a situation in his city where there is a dam. The dam was built in the 60s, and this dam has collapsed. So, especially during dry season, it's difficult there is no water, so the dam has issues to operate. So his question is, how can we work directly with local governments, work directly with municipalities, in order to help them address such issues that are climate related? So maybe somebody from the panel could take the question later. Mm-hmm. But let's hear from the gentleman here. Ladies, also, I am going to challenge you. If you have questions, please don't hesitate to raise your hand. Yes.
Thank you. My name is Kojo Jesse Intrakwa, and I'm from Ghana. My question is to the AFDB team. It's great to hear you have all these climate finance options available. But my question is, how easily accessible with limited bureaucracy are these for the private sector in particular? I happen to also be a co-founder of a mobility company in Ghana. So that's what I'm looking at this for. How easily accessible is this? Thank you.
All right, thanks. I think we already have 3. We are going to respond to those 3 questions, and then we take another round. You heard the questions. I don't know who is going to start. Gareth?
Thank you very much. Let me start with the question from the gentleman from the mayor in Côte d'Ivoire. So I have 2 things I want to say in response to your question. We have a fund called the Urban Municipal Development Fund, which is giving grants to help develop sustainable development plans for urban areas. This organization or this fund can help you build capacity, come up with plans and project design documents that can help you then mobilize resources to undertake things like the rehabilitation of dams, building floodwater control systems and so on. But the particular focus is on the climate, the impact of climate, having a climate rationale. So if the dam was very old and is now just, it's cracked because it's so old, then that's maybe a slightly different issue. We're very focused on addressing the needs that are arising because of changing climate, because of more intense rainfalls, because of longer droughts, and so on. So it may be that it's not rehabilitation of the dam, but it needs a bigger program to help address the fact that the climate is changing. So Urban Municipal Development Fund can help with that. And then secondly, the regular ADF funds, or maybe the Climate Action Window funds from James, that James talked about, this can be a source of funding to help finance projects that address particularly adaptation needs. And I'll give you an example of a project that was completed this year, was approved this year in Benin. Now the name of it escapes me, and it's probably in French as well, so I'm not going to try it. But I know that they got money from the African Development Fund, and they had about $120 million. And the majority of that money is being spent on building flood defenses, road surfacing. They're building some sanitary latrine blocks and reforestation zone in secondary cities. Because we know that secondary cities are really struggling from the impacts of climate change. Mainly like in Abidjan, there's money there, there's lots of infrastructure going on to build roads and bridges and so on in a climate resilient manner. But we know that secondary cities find it very difficult to get resources. So there is an example of a project in Benin that has been funded through the ADF, and that brings us then into the realm of the Climate Action Window and whether money is available there. And before I hand over to James, let me just come to the final question on ease of access, or the second question on ease of access to these funds. The instruments that I've talked about, and most of what you've heard about, they're predominantly what we call co-financing instruments. So the funds that we have give additional money to existing bank projects. So it means that you need to get the task manager or an investment officer in the bank to become interested in your project and put it into the project pipeline. And then we have resources available to do the feasibility studies, prepare the documentation, and then we can look at co-financing. But as an institution, we cannot easily just take a project from you and take it directly to the Green Climate Fund or the Climate Investment Funds. It has to be a project that the bank is already investing in, and then we bring additional funding to address the climate change issues or to make it more low carbon, climate resilient. So let me pause there and hand to James.
Yes, James. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Gareth. Did you already give a translation to the answer, to the response from Gareth? Did you give a translation or he understood it?
I think they have it.
Okay, okay. No, I wanted to add quickly in the context of your project. If your dam has collapsed, I wanted to add that, this is a good opportunity to have dialogue within the structure of the government of Cote d'Ivoire. So, working from your municipality with the national government to highlight this as a priority, an area of priority. And the reason why I say this is because from our side, these funds we are speaking about have visibility at the national level. So it's easier for the government to have opportunities to apply to these funds at the national level. And so your project at the local level has to be presented within the context of the government's national development priorities. So if you can have an internal dialogue to get this as a priority within the context of the national development plans, then these are the plans from which from our side, we have what we call the country strategy papers. And if those are articulated within the country strategy papers, it's easier then to have access to the co-financing opportunities that Gareth has talked about. Specifically for the climate action window, these are the sorts of projects that the climate action window will be responding to, because you need to build resilience within the new infrastructure of the dam that you will develop, okay? So if you're going to design a new dam or you're going to fix the existing dam, you need to incorporate those measures of the resilience that will make sure that your dam can give you a longer lifespan. Now, those will be required to be articulated within your climate rationale. Therefore, in that context, you can get access to climate finance. Secondly, in terms of easy access, many of these funds that you had will launch a call for proposals. So if you look out, you will get notification of calls for proposals, and you can apply for financing. I like to tell people that if you think about the programming window that we have at the bank, which is, like for instance, under the climate action window, it will be 3 years of project identification, of a project appraisal, of project approval, until we get to disbursement and implementation. So a cycle of 3 years is very short if you consider the international climate architecture. If you consider, for example, the other funds, it will take you 5 or 6 years just to apply and be approved. And I don't know how much longer it will take you to implement. So a 3-year cycle, we think, is very appropriate for these types of projects that are required. In terms of bankability, unbankable and bankable, yes. We know a large component of those projects that are going to be being proposed or are going to be proposed by African countries are adaptation projects that are going to deliver public goods. These are very important. They are very critical for us to even deliver on our nationally determined contributions. Kioli, I've worked with you on the Kenyan process. I was part of the working group that you talked about. We gave presentations on, the development of the legislation that appointed that put the council in place, and you got appointed. And we know that the largest demand from the African side is on adaptation, on projects that are quote-unquote unbankable, but are critical in delivering public goods. So this is the space we are occupying now, and we are arguing for more and more adaptation resources. And I think Alhamdu will tell you that within even our own investment portfolio at the bank, we are giving much importance to that fraction of resources that is going towards adaptation. Thank you.
Thank you. And while it is going to speak, don't forget, I had a question on the unbankable projects. How do we deal with those? Maybe Edith or Rafael, if you can take that. But also there was I think one question is, most African countries have unconditional targets in their NDCs. And this is the biggest part of it. Since we are talking about scaling up, how are we going to help them finance those unconditional commitments, which come with significant also projects and investments? So I think for me, it's a fundamental question. Yeah?
Okay, I hope you can hear me. Yeah, I just want to respond to a couple of the questions. One of them is to do with the issue of Côte d'Ivoire. One of the things that we're doing under the upstream financing facility of the Africa Adaptation Acceleration Program, which we call the AAAP, is actually to work with local governments. So we are working with about 10 cities with the Urban Municipal Development Fund that Gareth spoke about. Because the cities require planning and to take climate into account. So we do provide upstream financing for them to be able to do climate risk assessment and also to do the planning. But as they mentioned, they have to be projects that are within the bank's portfolio. And then to help them not just identify what the risks are and how to respond to the risks, but also to look at investment projects that can actually go to climate funds and support them to develop those into bankable investments. I think the question on bankable projects, one of the things that we're doing under the AAAP program is to support, because climate rationale is usually where countries struggle and projects struggle to actually access the climate funds. And in Africa, what we've realized that the climate rationale is normally very difficult if you do not do a very thorough climate risk assessment. So our upstream facility supports the detailed climate risk assessment, identifying what measures are required, and also doing a cost-benefit analysis. What is the cost of inaction? And therefore, how can we design the projects in a way that they will attract external financing? And our technical assistance program under the financial initiative pillar also supports in proposal development. So supporting countries to get the consultants, get the technical assistance that is needed to have very strong proposals to the global funds or to any of the bank funds. The caveat is that they need to be either bank projects or projects as part of the partnership. The good thing with the AAAP, it's a partnership program. So it allows us to bring on board other partners that could co-finance projects. So for example, if it's a bank-funded project or not a bank-funded project, it could be funded by other multilateral development banks, we're able to support the upstream climate rationale development and then also to bring in other partners to co-finance the investment. So that's where we are able to unlock and to strengthen especially what would appear as unbankable projects. The last point on the private sector, I mean, you've got large private sector, but we also have small private sector, especially the micro, small and medium enterprises. This is where we are targeting young entrepreneurs that are already running climate businesses. And you'll be surprised there are many young entrepreneurs that are even working in the adaptation space, not just in the mitigation space. And what we have found in supporting entrepreneurs directly is that you're actually able to have impact at the grassroots level directly. As you know, young people are very fast in implementing projects. The results are very quick. One of the things that we are looking at is how do we get some of these very innovative young people who are already implementing projects at the grassroots level work with mainstream government projects to go to scale, and even probably some of the bank projects that tend to be very large projects. So that connection is what we are really looking at based on our 3 years of experience in supporting young entrepreneurs in the continent. Let me stop there.
Thank you. Rafael, do you want to add something quickly?
Yeah, maybe just to respond to the bankable also, and perhaps to the mayor very quickly, just to share that UNCDF has piloted a system actually it was in the Gambia, because, you know, I mean, especially private sector, you know, especially in lower income countries, I mean, it's very, very hard for them to access financial markets in the country. So we opened a call for proposal where we selected some 6 local SMEs, and they applied, those that have received support, so they received support from a financial perspective to restructure the project so they could go to financial markets and get, you know, lower credits, interest rates. On the other hand, they also received support in terms of the climate rationale, because that needs to be very well structured in order for them to access additional funding. And then you use also some, you know, blended finance there, so they also received some seed capital, which was not much, but, you know, sufficient to help them unlock additional finance and go to, you know, financial markets and somehow get, you know, more affordable interest rates to finance the project. They also had some, you know, targets in terms of job creation for women, youth, especially in areas which were diaspora areas that were suffering from that specifically. And just quickly to the mayor, and thank you so much for your participation here. And I think we need more voices from the ground, you know, in this kind of process to really form and shape more of the discussions which happen here, because I reach pretty much concentrated at the national level. So we need more voices from the ground, you know, from the local level. And just to share that, you know, Côte d'Ivoire is also one of the countries which is part of Local. And we have just started there. It's still in a pilot phase, but the idea would be to, you know, scale this mechanism to all communities in the country. So all local governments will be able to access those grants for funding, to fund those incremental costs of adaptation. But we maybe can have a bilateral, if you're interested to get to know more about the facility.
All right, thank you very much. I think you are running out of time. I'm not sure we are almost at the end of the time allocated to us, but I see that the gentleman here has a question. Let's take that and then we can make some closing remarks. Mike?
Thank you very much for this brilliant panel. My name is Fadel Diop. I'm working for Oxfam as a research policy and innovation advisor. So I like very much all the presentation, and especially the one on locally led adaptation. So for all of you who know what Oxfam is doing, we are very interested in inequalities and how to fight for vulnerable communities. And we have seen from the question we heard that communities like the mayor are very interested in how to make the whole process of climate finance less complex and take less time. We have actually done in Senegal a study on that, and we have seen that on over more than 500 organizations, civil society organizations, there was this ask on, how to make this finance. I mean, you're doing a great job in leveraging finance, which is very needed. But what we have noticed from civil society and organization that we have interviewed during this study is that they're talking about a lack of education and a lack of understanding of the ecosystem of climate finance, but also a limited collaboration with governments. We know that you are working a lot with governments, and like you just explained, that these actors, these non-state actors and even local governments need to collaborate more with governments in order to make climate projects, but it's not happening as much as we want. So my question, and I like to frame it in a way that's not tricky for you, but how do you see climate governance role in what you're doing, and what should climate governance in Africa look like in order to make climate finance more efficient? And maybe second question, do you, whether it's local or the FDB, have a specific strategy directed towards, community at the community-based organizations, civil society organizations, and local governments that are doing so much, but that is not counted or helped sometimes? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Who's going to take that one? It's all about locally led adaptation, climate action at local level. Garrett?
Let me start by addressing a couple of points, and then other colleagues can maybe come in.
And use that as an opportunity as a concluding remarks.
Yes,
from
indeed. So I want to, for the climate governance issue, we know we need to get the private sector involved, and I want to, for those of you who were involved in the Kyoto Protocol, you'll remember the clean development mechanism that enabled private sector actors in developed countries to contract directly with project developers in developing countries to purchase certified emission reductions. So it was a business-to-business transaction that had an approval process and had to have a government approval, but that wasn't particularly difficult to get. This was an extremely robust mechanism. There were over 12,000 projects on the CDM website, on its database at about 2013, by the time the mechanism kind of came to its peak and then died off. It was extremely effective. It was extremely simple because it was a results-based payment program. So it means that the project developer takes all the risk. They go ahead and they do the project, and they only get paid if they deliver the results. But that can also be very simple because they understand what it is that they need to do. And from a donor or a buyer's point of view, whoever's paying the money, they just wait until they get the results and then they pay the money. So you don't have to do all the due diligence on your partner. You don't have to understand their project proposal and be confident that if you give them the money in advance, they're not going to run off with it. Because if they don't deliver, you don't pay them. And that's an extremely simple mechanism. I think it was very successful under the Clean Development Mechanism, and we are trying to develop the same thing called the Adaptation Benefits Mechanism to pay project developers for delivering adaptation benefits. And it goes also to John's question about unbankable projects, because those unbankable projects can be made bankable if consumers and governments and corporates in the developed world were willing to pay for those adaptation benefits or those outcomes. And that's the direction I think that we need to go, because The parties had committed to balance investment in adaptation and mitigation, and they're only putting money into mitigation. When you look at the global climate finance landscape, most of the money goes to mitigation and very little goes to adaptation. So there's a big opportunity for developed countries to channel more money towards adaptation, and it can be done so in a simple manner through changes in the governance regime. I'll stop there and pass to James.
Yes,
Thank you
30
very much.
seconds each for
Sorry.
concluding remarks.
No, just to add on to that, I think for societies where the demand for adaptation in terms of public goods exceeds that for mitigation, and you can think about many African countries fall in this category, I think it is very important to put in place governance mechanisms that will ensure, not just on the part of the societies and the communities in terms of access to finance, but deliberate plans by government to ensure that these funds are able to actually trickle down and reach those societies in terms of climate action. And I think what we are struggling is we are not seeing very good examples of this deliberate planning, because there is still a very low level of engagement between communities and civil society-based organizations. And I think if you work for Oxfam, you know this. It can be very difficult that you don't have these formal mechanisms of consultation with government in terms of the development of climate action projects. So whereas from our side, we need to see more of that formalized, so that we can pick on that and provide the climate finance that is needed to trigger that action. But more action is needed on the part of the communities and government in terms of reaching agreement in the planning process. So I will leave it with you at that you need to do more in terms of the planning process at the governance level. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Any last word, Edith?
A while before it comes on.
Yeah.
Okay, great. I just wanted to make a quick point about the need for multi-stakeholder approach to delivering on adaptation, especially adaptation finance, so that you have different roles by different people to deliver on this, because you find private sector, even small SMEs, play a totally different role from governments, for example. So I think the multi-stakeholder approach is absolutely critical to deliver on that. Secondly is partnerships. If we work together, we can then bring in different sources of finance to support an initiative. And you heard our Vice President talking about the adaptation compacts, where you identify what are these investable projects, and then bring different donors or different people who want to finance, and they can finance different aspects. So you bring blended finance, but you also bring partners around a specific project or a specific pipeline of projects. I think that's the way to go. Thank you.
Thanks, Rafael. Last word.
Maybe just respond to your last question. I mean, local is primarily a public finance mechanism, but can you hear me? No?
It takes a while.
No? Takes a while, I think. Okay, now it's okay. Okay, I was saying that local is primarily a public finance mechanism, but which basically means that those grants, those performance-based grants, they are channeled through local governments. But that does not mean that we do not work with CSOs. I think civil society is a key component of what we do as part of local, and we do have some cases where civil society organizations are then engaged to deliver specific activities like participatory planning or ensuring that specific activities are implemented. So because it's part, and I agree with the fact that we need the multi-level governance if we are to ensure effectiveness of activities at the local level. So I just wanted to add that it's part of the engagement of local is to engage civil society organizations.
Thanks, Rafael. I think we are approaching the end of the session. I'm going to invite Mr. John Kioli, the chairman of the Kenya Climate Change Working Group, to make some few closing remarks before we close the session. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to reiterate that Africa, over 700 to 800 million of people have energy poverty. What that means is that our clinics cannot be electrified. Our children cannot have vaccines. Our mothers cannot deliver in the places they need to because they don't have electricity. And I think today I have had a sweet song to my ears when I had poverty meeting funding, because climate change is about poverty. Climate change is about lacking. Climate change has been addressed today by Africa Development Bank. In terms of energy, you know that Africa relies on 80% of biomass energy. What that means is that it will stay a very long time before we switch to renewable energy. So when we talk about unbankable projects, I think Gareth has really addressed that very well. And if I change my flight today to Kenya, I think I have something to take home that AFDB is going to address the issue of energy, the issue of adaptation projects with some sort of funding which can even be addressed, or you do a project, then you can be paid later. It makes a lot of sense in terms of addressing the last mile. I want to thank the partnership of Africa Development Bank with the governments of Africa and also the civil society and the private sector, because for us as civil society organizations, we create that spot that you must be included on the round table. If you don't create that as civil society, it will be very difficult for you to be invited even to talk in government office or to talk by the civil society to express yourself. So we thank you for the partnership. We thank you for the very key deliberations. We look forward, Mr. Dr. Kinyangi, for the meeting on Monday to unpack that very important funding mechanism that you have given us. So thank you very much, the panelists. Thank you very much for everybody coming here, and I wish you a nice evening. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's time to close the session. You heard the various perspectives, views from the African Development Bank, from the UNCDF, from Kenya, from Ghana, from Cote d'Ivoire. The issue is how can we accelerate the deployment of climate finance in Africa at scale. One word that is key here is partnership, because FDB, UNCDF, or whenever any other institution cannot do that alone. We need partnership. So partnership is key in mobilizing and accelerating access to climate finance. So with that, I thank you very much. I thank the panelists for their time and their input. And let me also mention to you that as you exit, we do have a brochure called Climate Finance Matters. I hope there are some copies out there. You can take a copy of that. And otherwise, on the FDB website, you have a lot of information on all of those climate funds that have been presented and also how you can access them. Again, thank you for your participation, and was looking forward to seeing you around. Thank you. Good job, guys. Yes, thank you.